skills in UX design. In this video, we'll talk about some of the most popular UX design communities: Dribbble, Behance, and Medium. You can create accounts on these sites to learn more about UX design in general and to get design inspiration from other professionals. In addition, posting your own designs on these sites is a great way to get feedback on your work from experienced UX designers. To get started, let's dig into Dribbble. Dribbble, that's 3 Bs, is a community of designers who want to share their work, ask for feedback, get inspiration, and find jobs. The designs that people share on Dribbble are usually not full case studies like what's in your portfolio. Instead, they are small snapshots of work that highlight a particular skill or interest, like branding, product design, or typography. If there's a specific design you like, you can follow that designer. It's also helpful to check out designers with the most followers in order to understand popular kinds of designs and get ideas about how to present yourself effectively. Similarly, you can follow teams on Dribbble. These might include companies like Google or independent design groups that have their own pages. Plus, liking and commenting on projects is a great way to start conversations with other designers and make connections in the UX design community. Finally, Dribbble is a great community to join if you're looking for a job. Dribbble has a robust job search forum, including a job board and a freelance marketplace. Employers pay to list their jobs and internships in this forum, so the posted positions are legitimate opportunities. In addition, recruiters look for designers on Dribbble, so being an active member is another way to demonstrate your skills and get hired. A second popular community for UX designers is Behance. Many features on Behance are similar to Dribbble. For example, you can discover designs from around the world and follow specific designers. Behance also has a job board that features full-time jobs, freelance roles, and internships. You can narrow your search on the job board down to very specific fields. In addition, designers frequently live stream from Behance to demonstrate their skills in real time. Finally, a third online community for UX designers is Medium. You might be familiar with Medium already. It's a popular blogging platform featuring articles on all kinds of topics. There's a vibrant UX design community on Medium, specifically at UX Collective, a subset of the website. Medium is pretty different from Dribbble and Behance. For example, on Medium, your designs are not the main attraction. Instead, the Medium community focuses on long-form writing about UX design, sometimes including visuals. So start reading. There are lots of articles on Medium from leaders in UX design, including Googlers. Medium is a great place to discover the processes of top designers and learn about industry trends. We even have a Google Design collection. Keep in mind that articles on blogging sites like Medium should be considered opinion pieces, not objective research. That said, you can still learn a lot from the resources on Medium, like tips for using a specific design software or how to build equity and accessibility into your work. You can communicate with other designers by responding to articles in the comments section and giving claps, which are basically Medium's like button. You can also follow designers who inspire you and sign up for their newsletters. It's a great way to expand your network. You can even publish your own Medium post. Medium offers plenty of resources to help you get started, polish your story, and find your audience. You can find more details on how to create a profile on each of these platforms in the course readings. Get creative, and don't be afraid to start posting your design ideas, requesting feedback, and becoming an active member of online UX design communities. You'll do great. Next, we're going to explain how recruiters and interviewers might check out your online presence. See you there. Hi again. Good job setting up profiles on social media sites and UX design communities. These profiles are helpful to find a job and to connect with other UX designers. Now, we're going to put your online profile to use. In this video, we'll discuss networking and finding a mentor, and how both of these can help you kickstart your career in UX design. Before we dig in, let's explore why networking is important. Networking means interacting with other people to develop professional contacts and learn more about a job industry. You can network online or in person. Networking can be strictly professional. For example, you might attend a lecture at a design conference and meet other UX designers in the audience. You can extend your conversation beyond the conference by connecting with your new acquaintance on LinkedIn or other online platform. Or you might find someone on LinkedIn who works at a company you're interested in. You can send them a personalized message and ask them to share details about their experience as a UX designer. Or you can connect with folks who are also enrolled in this program in the discussion forum. Beyond a professional focus, networking is social too. Your network includes all of the people you already know, from former teachers and counselors to your distant relatives. You can join a professional organization to expand your network too. You can find design-related associations in your area by searching online, asking your local librarian, or visiting a workforce development office for advice. Many of these professional organizations hold happy hours or picnics so members can connect in a more relaxed setting. It's smart to think about the benefits of social connections over the long term. A new person you meet at a happy hour might not be able to advance your career right now, but if you keep in touch, in the future, your new friend might know someone who is looking to hire a UX designer at their company. You never know where your connection might lead. Making connections with people in the UX design industry is also an excellent way to find a mentor. A mentor is someone in your field who gives you advice about your career. A mentor can be someone with many years of experience in UX design, who can provide tips on growing your career, organizations to join, and books to read. Or a mentor can be a newbie UX designer who gives pointers about creating an online portfolio or acing the job interview. Keep in mind, most people like to help other people succeed, and experienced UX designers remember what it's like to start their career. Don't be afraid to seek out a mentor. You might be surprised how happy people are to help you. There are a lot of ways to find a mentor. Is there someone you used to work with who you admire? Is there an event coming up in your community where you can meet someone new? Or should you send a message to the designer on Behance that you love to follow? When you find a mentor and are ready to ask for their advice, be prepared. It's helpful to have clear goals for the conversation. Some topics you might want to ask a mentor about include finding your first UX design job, developing specific skills, or learning a new tool, moving from the type of company you currently work at into UX design, specializing in a type of design like interaction, visual, or motion versus being a generalist designer, or getting feedback on your portfolio. Before the first meeting with your new mentor, write a list of questions that you want to ask her. This will help you feel prepared and keep the conversation flowing. After the first meeting, you should consider how often you want to meet moving forward. It helps to set the expectation about your relationship up front. For example, you might want to meet at a local coffee shop once a month, or check in over the phone every other month. Networking and finding a mentor can be a lot of fun. The more you take part in conversations in this program's discussion forum, on social media, and in UX design communities, the more comfortable you'll become with talking to new people. It gets easier and more natural with practice. An early mentor of mine provided some great advice that I still use today. She suggested sharing my work with the design community regularly to receive feedback. She also taught me that it's important to not just focus on what I can get from networking, but more importantly, what I can give back to the community. I think we can all really benefit from a mentor's advice. Start building connections now, and it will prove valuable to you in the long term. If you're nervous about meeting new people or sharing your work with the world, that's completely normal. In the next video, we'll talk about overcoming imposter syndrome so you can shine. See you there. Good to see you again. In the last video, we talked about the importance of networking and having a mentor. Like we said, networking gets easier with practice, and it's completely normal to be nervous at first. One obstacle we all face when growing our career is imposter syndrome, which is what we're going to talk about in this video. Imposter syndrome is the belief that you're unskilled, inferior to others, or bad at your job, despite your successes. In other words, imposter syndrome occurs when you think you're a bad designer, even when everyone else tells you you're a great designer. Everyone feels like an imposter sometimes. From the brand new person on your team to Google's most senior leaders. Imposter syndrome looks different for each person. But there are some telltale red flags. Symptoms of imposter syndrome might include lack of self-confidence, feeling like a fraud, constant comparison to other people, self-doubt, not trusting your intuition and capabilities, negative self-talk, or irrational fears of the future. Do any of those sound familiar to you? In professional settings, imposter syndrome can come to life in many ways. A few examples include not applying to jobs unless you meet every requirement, taking on extra work to make sure you're doing it all, and shrugging off compliments. There are countless reasons why we might feel imposter syndrome. The good news is that there are some small steps we can take when imposter syndrome kicks in. First, acknowledge the thoughts. Recognize how you're feeling and think about why you're feeling this way. Understand your own patterns, and identifying situations that make you feel imposter syndrome is a helpful place to start. Second, own your accomplishments. Your success is not due to luck or help from others. Your success is due to your intelligence and hard work. Take responsibility for the role you played in the accomplishment. Third, make a list. Write down 5 things that show you're qualified for the job you are considering. Or write down 5 accomplishments you're proud of. Focus on all your unique skills you can bring to the table. Fourth, have a conversation. To address your inner critic, it's helpful to talk about what's going on in your mind. Many people hesitate to share how they feel because they're scared about how others might respond. But remember your new mentor? I bet they still feel like an outsider sometimes too, especially when they change jobs or take new responsibilities at work. Ask your mentor how they handle imposter syndrome. Lastly, realize you are not alone. If you feel like an imposter, no matter what the reason, you are not the only one. UX designers with decades of experience still feel like frauds at times. I still get imposter syndrome every now and then too. Figuring out my strengths as a designer over the years has helped me become more confident in myself. I also find that celebrating my achievements has helped make creeping feelings of imposter syndrome go away. Starting a new job or changing careers takes time. Give yourself a break and understand that you'll make mistakes along the way. By taking this program, you are already proving that you have curiosity, persistence, and grit. And this demonstrates you have the drive to be successful. If you start questioning your ability, remind yourself that everyone started off at the beginning. So the next time you feel you're not good enough to be a designer, consider whether it's just a bad case of imposter syndrome. If you acknowledge that feeling and follow the advice from this video, it might seem less scary.
My name is Catherine, and I'm Vice President of User Experience at Google. My first exposure to tech was probably in my senior year in a summer program that was called WISE, Women in Science and Engineering. I'll never forget that experience. I was working in a pathology lab, and I felt like a total imposter. I was the only high school student working with all these people in this medical lab. And one day, the doctor who I was working for handed me some graph paper, and he said, "Catherine, could you create these graphs for us?" and gave me some data. And I thought, okay, I can do this. And I looked at the graph paper, and I thought, oh, I remember my mother, who's an academic, had this new software program where you could create graphs using software. And I thought, okay, I'm going to actually try and create the graphs instead of on graph paper in this software program. And I went home and I did it. And I was really happy with how my bar charts and my pie charts came out. And I brought them back. And the whole staff, they thought I was from the future. They had never seen anything like this before. They were so impressed. And suddenly I went from feeling like a total imposter to the smartest person in the room. So it was my first lesson in realizing that so often you feel like an imposter when you're in a new role or a new situation, or maybe you're younger or you don't have as much experience, but everybody's got something unique that they can bring to the table and value that they can add. That experience has definitely carried through in terms of my love of working on software products and also in terms of how I approach new challenges. One of the things that was very obvious to me early on when I started my professional career, and even in my education, I was in an industrial engineering program, was that I was one of the few women in my program. It was often doubly intimidating. If I was taking a new job, I was the one with the least experience, and I sometimes was the only female in the room. What I came to learn to do was to use that intimidation as fuel. And one of my most important philosophies is always to ask my peers, whether they were male or female or more senior or more junior, to ask for help. And without fail, people were always willing to help me. And very quickly, I would go from a place from feeling intimidated and maybe out of place to suddenly having bonds and connections with people and recognizing that these people were more than happy and in most cases actually really wanted to see me succeed. I'll never forget when I had my first mentor. My boss came to me, I was probably a year into my very first job in my career, and said, "Hey, Catherine, I'd like you to work with Joe. I think he'd be a really great mentor for you." And someone who was new in the field, I suddenly thought, what have I done wrong? I mustn't be doing my job correctly. Why am I getting a mentor? I was thinking it was some bad thing and some kind of punishment. And very quickly realized how I completely had misinterpreted my manager's intentions. I look at different people and things that I value that they do, whether it's someone's public speaking or someone's business acumen or someone who is able to influence, and I will ask them or try to model their behavior. So I feel like I've had many mentors throughout my career to help me with different things. One of my pieces of advice for people new to the field of user experience would be to leverage the community. It's really such an amazing open community of people. And if you're new to it, it can be daunting and intimidating. There's so much that may be unknown. So join some local groups who focus on user experience. Find a mentor, find a peer. You will be amazed how people are willing to help you, whether it's reviewing your portfolio or helping you think about companies that would be a good match for your skill set. So I absolutely encourage you to leverage the amazing community of user experience professionals out there who are open and willing to help.
We've made it to the end of the week. Congrats. This week we explored
Hi, I'm Cynthia, and I'm a UX manager at Google. As a manager, specifically as a hiring manager, what I look for when I look for resumes and portfolios, it's really like understanding what kind of professional are you? What kind of process do you take? What is your approach? So the best thing for me to understand like that about any particular candidate is looking at case studies, right? Like if you walk me through your case study, whether it's real or not, it does not have to be a real product or a real project. It could be something that you started on your own because you were just like, oh, this needs to be fixed, right? Something that maybe is bugging you or something, but you turn it into a case study. And the case study for me tells me a lot about how do you approach a problem? How do you identify an opportunity? What kind of things would you do in order for you to drive that idea forward? I really focus on understanding not only your approach, within that approach, how do you talk to your coworkers? Are you a good teammate? Do you like to collect feedback about how do you work, the project, and so forth? How can things be better? How do you present? How do you communicate? How do you deal with like difficult situations? And those are important skills that I look forward because we work in teams. And as a team member, I want to make sure that we can work well together. For me, I look for people that can add value and add different perspectives to my team and the larger team. I don't want to hire another person that is just like the rest of us, right? I definitely advise you to not only prepare for answering questions, but have your questions ready so you can ask those questions, do your homework of like what are the things that you would care about knowing while you're talking to whatever company you're talking. Do your homework about the company, and maybe even the team members if you have the roster of the people you want to talk to. So you can target the questions based on who they are. It shows that you care. It shows that you actually did your research and you're not just there like, oh, last minute, like getting ready and like presenting your portfolio, but it's like, it's an investment. Ask as many questions as they will ask you because it's a two-way conversation. I've been interviewing a lot of different candidates throughout my career. And one of the things that I remember, for example, of sometimes you meet candidates and maybe they don't have the right skill set on paper, right? But when you meet the candidate, and this has happened to me actually multiple times, I've met various people that were after seeing the portfolio, I'm like, oh, this is a good portfolio, but maybe the resume, like, I don't know, the skills, the experience, or they have the right experience. What made me believe in them is the grit and the ability for them to seek feedback and their hunger for growth. That for me is a huge, huge, huge skill that like it's very hard to teach, right? So if you find people, when I find people that are like, I may not know this, but I'm willing to learn and I want to learn, and they tell me how, and I'm open to feedback, and you know, like that ability for me is absolutely the best because every time I have bet on people that had that skill and that approach, it turned out to be fantastic. One of the things that I always tell people that are going to go through an interview is to really think about who you are as a professional. What are the things that you're looking for? What is that one thing or like the role, the opportunity you're looking for that is going to make you super happy to wake up in the morning and go to your job?
The interview process can seem intimidating and overwhelming, but it doesn't have to be. In this video, we'll cover some strategies for answering questions in a UX design interview. I've been in the UX design industry for over 25 years, so I've conducted my fair share of interviews. To kick things off, let me share some of the questions I like to ask when interviewing UX designers. The first question I like to ask is, can you tell me about a time when you did your own research to understand user needs? Another question I ask is, what kind of research did you do and why? What were the most surprising insights? And finally, I'll often ask interviewees, what part of the design process do you enjoy doing the most? Why? Those questions might feel new to you, or they might seem familiar, but I'll outline a great way to answer them in an interview setting. The best answer is a clear answer that actually addresses the question being asked. Don't be afraid to take the time to gather your thoughts and know what direction you want to take before answering. Preparing a list of interview questions and answers ahead of time is a great way to study for an interview. A helpful strategy for answering interview questions is to use the STAR method. STAR stands for situation, task, action, result. For example, imagine I'm being interviewed, and the interviewer asks me, describe a project that makes you proud. Using the STAR method, I want to structure my answer in a way that's relevant and easy to follow. My first thought goes to a specific situation that relates to that question. So I'll start with, when I was working at Microsoft in the Xbox 360 as part of the design team. Next, I'll relate that situation to the task that I was assigned. I was asked to help figure out how a new concept called achievements could actually work. Achievements were system-level rewards for meeting in-game objectives. It was a new idea that nobody had done at that point, since this was 2004. Then, I'll share the action that I took to complete that task. I worked with fellow UX designers and product managers to design the achievement system and its user experience, and then with game designers from Microsoft Game Studios to shape and validate the idea. We iterated the design with prototypes, and then tested them with users to get the behavior and interaction models right. Then, I worked with the interface designers to dial in the look and feel, with the sound designers to get the sound right, and with the hardware engineers to make the lights flash on the controller. Finally, I'll share the result that was achieved at the end of that situation. Through a lot of hard work, we enabled an Xbox 360 platform experience where gamers could meet an in-game objective and be rewarded with an achievement. Once they had an achievement, the gamer could press a button on their controller to learn more about it and accumulate trophies and points in a collection attached to their gamer profile. This became a signature experience for the Xbox 360 and introduced an interaction model that all games and consoles have since adopted. While answering questions using the STAR method, be sure to give the interviewers a sense of who you are and why you're there. Be well prepared with specific points about how your unique background and experiences fit with the position. Now it's your turn. Think about the 3 questions I shared at the beginning of the video and try using the STAR method to come up with responses. The more you practice, the better you'll be at using this method. Now that you have an idea of what it's like to work as a freelancer, let's explore how you can make a business plan. A business plan is key to establishing who you are as a freelancer and what your client should expect from you. In this video, we'll cover a list of questions that you should be able to clearly answer as you build your business plan. Keep in mind, these questions don't have to be answered in any particular order, but the more of these questions that you answer, the better you'll understand your business. So let's get started. First, what's your brand identity? Talk about who you are to potential clients interested in your services or any partners you're trying to recruit to help you. A brand identity isn't just a name and logo. It's what you stand for and how you want clients and customers to feel about you. What problem are you solving for your clients? One thing we've talked a lot about in this program is how versatile UX can be. It's important to showcase how you can help your clients and what kinds of user problems you can solve. Maybe you're good at upfront research and brainstorming effective ideas. Or maybe you're an expert in wireframing and prototyping for testing. Or maybe you provide end-to-end solutions and services. Whatever it is, being clear to potential customers about the problems you can solve for them is important to building a strong freelance business. What specialized solution are you providing? To go along with the type of problems you're solving, can you also provide a unique business solution? For example, you might be fluent in multiple languages, which could be helpful for a company looking to expand into different markets. Or maybe you're an expert in mobile-first UX design and can help companies turn websites into mobile-friendly experiences. Knowing the unique skills you bring to the table as a designer can help your freelance business thrive. Who are you targeting as your preferred clientele? Knowing your ideal type of client can help you narrow your messaging and branding in order to appeal to those clients. For example, if you have previous experience working in bars or restaurants, you might be in a great position to attract clients in the hospitality industry, since you understand their business challenges and jargon. Take a moment to think about your own work history or past personal experiences and consider how that might influence the type of freelance design work you're best suited to do. Who's your competition? Get an understanding of the competitive landscape by learning about the other businesses that are competing for the same potential clients. This could be marketing firms, design agencies, or other freelancers. You can use the competitive audit skills you've developed throughout this program in a new way to scope out the competition for your own freelance business. What are your business expenses? You need to know your budget inside and out, including what it costs to keep your business running on a weekly, monthly, and annual basis. The amount of money you're able to bring in and the amount you need to spend are both key to creating your budget. Everything from your equipment, internet and phone bills, and rent should be included. So should your operation costs like advertising, marketing, and billing, and working with other people like partners, employees, and vendors. How much are you going to charge for your services? Your cost, also known as your rate, should be one of the last questions you answer because it needs to account for the market rate for similar services and your expenses. Your rate should be fair but competitive and still cover your expenses. Successful freelancers can make a very comfortable living by providing high quality, specific services that they charge at a high but fair rate for the market. It's possible to reach this level of success, but it's not easy or quick, so be prepared to put in some work. And last but not least, what's your having a detailed vision and a great business. Hi, with your business plan in place, it's time to learn how you can start finding clients as a freelancer. Let's begin by defining the type of work that you see yourself doing as a freelancer. There are a lot of ways to freelance. You can work alone. This option will give you the most freedom, but the most responsibility. You can partner with a web developer. Working with a partner generally means collaborating on the creative work and making decisions together. There's a lot to be gained from a partnership too, such as technical know-how or additional connections to clients. Or you can work with a freelance marketplace like Fiverr, Wix, or TopDome. Working in a marketplace can give you creative freedom, and the marketplace will serve as the third party for your client transactions. Keep in mind, that comes with a fee. Whichever direction you choose, it's important that you have an up-to-date portfolio that highlights your design capabilities. Reviewing your portfolio will always be something that potential clients are interested in. To start your freelancing career, it's helpful to create a social media page for your new business that includes a link to your portfolio. Once you've created a social media page, add some information about who you are as a UX designer and what your business is aiming to do for clients. You should also post some examples of your work. You can post about your new company on your personal social media profiles too, in order to reach as many potential customers as possible. You might even want to ask your friends to like or share some of your business page posts to broaden your reach. Offering a small finder's fee for any referrals that sign on as clients is a great way to thank your friends for their help and make it more worthwhile to share your business information with their networks. Your professional and personal networks can be a valuable tool in starting your own business, so make the most of it. You can also consider offering your services pro bono or free to clients. As you think about working for free, try to focus on projects in markets you want to learn more about or to support a cause that you're interested in. Treat pro bono projects like any other client, and be sure to agree on the scope of work that needs to be completed up front. You should also be open and honest about what you're hoping to get out of the relationship. I know, the idea of working for free doesn't sound appealing, but these projects can give you a lot of great practice and experience. It can also deepen your UX design knowledge while adding more projects to your portfolio. One pro tip I have for you is to be mindful of what we call scope creep. This is when the details of a project you're planning or scoping slowly increase until the project is much more complex than what was originally planned. This often happens with free work because okay, your freelance business Imagine this. You have a client who's interested in your work and wants you to design a product for them. Feel free to get a little excited. The week after you meet the client at a networking event, the potential client sends you a request for proposal. The first thing you need to do is review the request for proposals, or RFP, which includes a scope of work and date to submit your proposal by. A scope of work is a document that outlines the project that you will be completing. It lays out the needs, objectives, timelines, constraints, and any external work you might need to get to complete the project. Next, you want to prepare a proposal to respond to the RFP. A proposal outlines your approach to successfully deliver the work scoped in the RFP. This is where you impress the client with all of the information you've learned about them, the industry, and their competitors. Your proposal also helps to instill confidence in your ability to do the work on time and on budget while meeting the project objectives. Usually, a proposal includes a budget estimate that details the expenses and profit margins that add up to an appropriate cost for your services. Sometimes, a client will want to negotiate this price. It's very important that you have a price that you won't drop below. You have a business and expenses that you have to manage, and devaluing your services can hurt that business. Once the client selects a contractor or freelancer based on their proposal, the client will provide a statement of work. A statement of work is a legally binding document that includes a list of detailed deliverables, their due dates, and a payment schedule. As the contractor, you will need to either agree to the proposed statement of work or negotiate any pieces you want changed. For example, if the schedule for deliverables is faster than what you can realistically turn around, you should negotiate a new schedule prior to signing the contract. The statement of work will also define how and when you'll share in-progress work with your client. This will help you both manage your expectations and get feedback on changes that are needed before finishing the project. Another item you'll want to negotiate as part of the statement of work is a payment schedule. A payment schedule lists expected payment dates and any upfront costs and contingencies. With creative work, you'll want to take some payment upfront. This can vary based on your preferences and needs, but it's normal to get between 40 and 50% upfront. This number can change based on the structure of your payments. If you'd rather have 4 installments, that number could be 25% upfront. Though there are many ways this works, just make sure that you are paid for the work that you do. Now that you've got a better idea of the work and payment schedule, it's time to review the SOW. In some cases, the client might provide the SOW for you to sign. In other cases, you might draft the contract yourself. If you need to draft the contract yourself, there are sites like Nolo, LegalZoom, and Web Design Law that have contract templates and clearly describe the process of creating legally binding contracts. For more complicated projects, it might be better to hire a contract lawyer to draw up your agreement. Now it's time to agree on the contract and sign. Once you and your client have both signed the contract, you can give your new client an invoice for the agreed upon down payment. When you get your first payment, it's time to get to work and meet your deadlines. First clients are great. Sure, it can be a little stressful, but landing your first client is important for your new business. Word of mouth is one of the most powerful tools you'll have. Your first clients can refer colleagues to your services, and they might even agree to give you a shout out on their own social networks or website. Or, in an ideal world, your first clients might come back to you for repeat business. Good luck with the new clients. You're going to do great. It might be hard to believe, but that's it for this part of the course. You now have the skill in elevator pitch, a portfolio for UX design, no matter what that step might be. Congratulations! You've completed the last course of the Google UX Design Certificate. Can you believe it? I know it's taken you a long time and a whole lot of effort to get to this point. I'm so impressed by your hard work and determination. In this course, you designed a dedicated mobile app and a responsive website for social good. You added this third project to your portfolio, so you're ready to apply for UX design jobs. How exciting! Let's take a moment to reflect on everything that you've learned during this course. In addition to applying the design process to your new project, you identified the key principles for designing across devices and screen sizes. You'll learn to understand the differences between responsive mobile web apps and dedicated mobile apps. You designed for social good. You applied what you've learned about the steps in the design process: empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test, to create a new project for your portfolio. You built wireframes, mock-ups, and low-fidelity and high-fidelity prototypes. You prepared your portfolio of design work for job applications. You learned how to interview for a UX design job. And you decided if you wanted to pursue freelance design work. Now that's some serious progress. I hope you're proud of this project and all previous projects you've completed in this program. Coming up, some familiar friends have a few words to share with you.
Wow, congratulations. You made it through. You persevered. I'm so proud of you.
This is a really big accomplishment.
I'm so excited for you. I can't wait for you to become a UX designer.
Really great job sticking through it.
This is such hard
Design.
Hi there, my name is Kevin Hart. Now it's time to take the time to review the check.
You just completed the Google UX Design Certificate. That's a serious accomplishment. You should truly follow the design process again. You've already shown some
Welcome to this interactive. To navigate this interactive, in this lab, you will complete the tasks listed on your screen.
Well, hello, and thank you for checking out this course on the AZ-104 Microsoft Azure Administrator exam. My name is Scott Duffy. You've come to the right place. This course follows the latest exam requirements for the AZ-104 exam from start to finish. Now, from time to time, Microsoft does release updates to the exam, and I release updates to this course as well. So as you're watching this, this course is following the latest exam requirements. Now, this course isn't a short course. There is over 12 hours of video to watch. What that means is I don't expect you to sit down within a couple of days, watch all the course, and then be able to go and take the test. You are going to have to be involved. You're going to have to do some assignments. You're going to have to do some work following along. There are some hands-on labs as well. And so just to set your expectation that you're going to watch video and you're going to do stuff yourself. If you go down to the course outline, I think I've laid this course out in a fairly logical manner. You're going to start from the beginning and just go through it, again, following along. Let's switch over to the official Microsoft landing page for AZ-104. We can see if you enter AZ-104 into your favorite search engine, you'll find this exam requirement pop up. From time to time, the exam does get updated, so I do encourage you to come back to the exam landing page and check the date of the latest update to make sure that you haven't missed anything before taking the actual test. We can see the price of the exam. We can see the way to book the exam right on this page as well. But most importantly, we can see the skills measured and the percentage breakdowns for each of these. And so this is the way that this course is laid out, and it sort of lines up well with the exam itself. The exact details of the exam are under this AZ-104 study guide link, which is relatively new. So it is a PDF document. So this course does cover the exam. All right, so now we're getting into the details of Microsoft Azure. In this video and the next couple of videos, I want to give you a really broad
allons utiliser la structure. Alors, premièrement, il fait beau. Il fait beau. L'adjectif est prononcé beau. Le contraire, il fait mauvais. Mauvais. Il fait mauvais. Ou, d'une manière plus familière, il fait moche. Il fait moche. Ensuite, on continue. Il fait gris. Il fait gris. Ou alors, synonyme, il fait nuageux. Il fait nuageux. Alors, on peut aussi utiliser la structure il fait pour parler de la température ou du ressenti. Par exemple, il fait froid. Il fait froid. Le contraire, il fait chaud. Il fait chaud. Il fait bon. Il fait bon. Bon, ça signifie que la température est agréable. Il fait bon. Il fait doux. Il fait doux. Doux, ça signifie que la température est agréable pour la saison ou pour le mois. C'est-à-dire, c'est une température agréable pour cette saison. Bien, donc nous commençons la deuxième unité de ce cours qui s'appelle Vie quotidienne et dans laquelle tu vas apprendre à parler de tes habitudes quotidiennes, de ta routine. Tu vas apprendre à dire l'heure, à t'exprimer au futur et nous verrons aussi le vocabulaire du corps humain et du visage. Alors n'oublie pas que tu as des chansons à étudier dans le cours. Congratulations, félicitations, you have finished the course. I hope that you learned a lot and that you enjoyed it. Don't hesitate to watch the lessons again. Indefinite articles. We're going to study here the indefinite articles in French. So, in English, it's when you say a cat, a dog, and in the plural there is no article. Cats, dogs. In French we have genders, masculine and feminine. So first, the masculine article. Un. Un. So that's another nasal sound. Un. That we're going to study in another lesson. So we have, for example, un bébé, a baby. Un jaguar, a jaguar. Un kiwi. Un wagon. So in French, we use genders, and these 4 words are masculine. That's why we're using the masculine article un. There is no trick or rule to know if a noun is masculine or feminine in French. You just need to learn them. But don't worry too much about that for now. You're going to learn them little by little. Now the feminine article, une, with the sound U, and be careful not to pronounce the final I, une. For example, une fusée, une porte, une queue, une valise. The plural article, des, we don't pronounce the final S. So the plural article in French doesn't have gender. It's always going to be des. For example, des lunettes, glasses, des nuages, clouds, des tables, des zèbres. So you notice that we don't pronounce the final S in the plural. Watch out, when we have the masculine article un followed by a vowel or an H, we're going to do a liaison, which is we're going to link the article with its noun by adding an N sound at the beginning of the noun. For example, un avion, un éléphant, un hélicoptère, un ordinateur. So first we pronounce the article alone, and then we start the noun with the sound n, avion, éléphant, hélicoptère, ordinateur. With the feminine article, it's not a liaison, but we're also going to link the two without pausing between them. Une usine. So we have une usine, une usine. And with the plural article des, the liaison here consists in adding a z sound at the beginning of the noun. For example, des avions, planes, des éléphants, elephants, des hélicoptères, helicopters, des ordinateurs, computers, des ordinateurs. In this lesson, we're going to study the second nasal sound of French, which is un, with this phonetic symbol. So first, how to produce the sound. So watch the position of the lips of the mouth. Un. As you can see, the mouth is open. It's not wide open, but it's open. The tongue is in a neutral position, which means that it's in the same position as when you don't speak. And it's a nasal sound, so you need to let air go through your nostrils. Un. The sound un can be spelled in many ways. It usually is spelled I-N. It can also be spelled I-M, U-N, E-I-N, A-I-N, A-I-M, U-M. So many ways to spell the sound. Usually you will find it with I-N. So we used to have two very similar sounds, but one of them is kind of disappearing. It's still a bit used in the south of France, but in the majority of the country, people don't make the distinction anymore. That's why we teach only the first one, the one we're studying right now, and we consider now that there are three nasal sounds in French. So we're only studying the first one, the sound, but just to let you know that before we used to have two, and maybe sometimes you will see a phonetic signs which is different, and it's going to be the other one, but it's not almost not used anymore. So let's practice with a short exercise. We're going to try to produce the sound in words, and first in one-syllable words. So you ready? You repeat after me. Vin, vin, which is wine. Second word. Pain, pain, which is bread. Chien, chien, which is dog. Main, main, which is hand. And bien, bien, which is good. Okay, let's try to produce the sound in words with more than one syllable. First, matin, matin, which is morning. Then certain, certain, which is certain. Then lundi, lundi, which is Monday. Then cousin, cousin, which is cousin. Copain, copain, which is friend. Impossible, impossible, impossible. And musicien, musicien, musician. Good, that's it for this lesson. I'll see you in the next video. Qu'est-ce que c'est? It means what is it? What is this? So the question to ask about something. So be careful with the pronunciation. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Qu'est-ce que c'est? The letters Q, U combined are always pronounced K. Qu'est-ce que c'est? To answer, we're going to use c'est, which means it's a, and we're going to add the indefinite article which corresponds to the noun. So, c'est un with the masculine noun. C'est une with a feminine noun, and c'est des with a plural noun. We should normally say ce sont des with a plural noun, which is the correct grammar form to use here. But when we speak, we tend to use more c'est in this case. We have an optional liaison here between c'est and the article, so you can also say c'est un, c'est une, which is going to be a little bit more formal than c'est un, c'est une. I'm going to use the second one without the liaison. So, can you answer? Qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est un cadeau. Qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est un grille-pain. Qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est une fusée. Qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est une valise. Qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est des lunettes. Qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est des ordinateurs. Okay, so let's change the question in c'est un ordinateur. Is it a computer? Or is this a computer? So to answer, first we confirm with yes, oui, and c'est un ordinateur. The same here. C'est un ordinateur? No, it's an alarm clock. Non, c'est un réveil. Okay, can you answer these questions? Ready? C'est un drapeau? Oui, c'est un drapeau. C'est des lunettes? Non, c'est des nuages. C'est une valise? Non. C'est une table. c'est une porte. Oui, c'est une porte. C'est un cadeau. Non, c'est un grille-pain. Qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est une fusée. And qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est un éléphant. Expression avec C. In this lesson, we're going to see a few useful expressions with C, which you can use to give your opinion on something. And first, c'est bon. C'est bon, which is it tastes good. So you
Salut à tous et j'espère que vous allez très bien. Dans cette nouvelle vidéo, on va encore une fois parler de l'apprentissage de français. Parce que ici, en apprenant le français, vous utilisez des outils comme les podcasts, les chansons. Mais ce qui nous concerne pour cette vidéo, vous pouvez également trouver des cours de français pour les niveaux débutants. Avant de suivre avec mes conseils, j'ai appris que l'anglais soit trop difficile, un petit peu l'anglais de français qui d'abord je les ai apportés parce que ce sera un cahier principal que vous allez utiliser pour prendre des notes. Par exemple, vous êtes la seule langue pour laquelle j'ai eu un cahier de conjugaison en français, c'est que mes abonnés, j'ai personnellement donc passé 1 ou 2 mois à regarder ces playlists, mais pas plus. Et probablement, c'est le French Essentials de Learn French with Alexa. Parce que moi j'ai personnellement regardé cette playlist en 2018 je pense. Donc cette playlist est vraiment importante pour tous ceux qui veulent apprendre le français au niveau A1. Donc passez 1 ou 2 mois à regarder ces playlists, mais pas plus et pas moins. Pour enrichir un peu votre connaissance sur cette chaîne, d'accord? Vocabulaire et de compréhension. Donc on commence. Vous bien dans un niveau avancé, la grammaire est une chose indispensable. Alors, je voudrais vous recommander 3 choses. Et la première sera le Point de Flé. C'est un site web comme une archive pour la langue française que j'utilise encore parce que, par exemple, vous voulez apprendre l'imparfait. Quelle chanson à écouter si vous français avec Pierre, la deuxième French School TV. En fait, je suis sûre que vous avez entendu parler de ces chaînes parce qu'ils sont très connus, mais moi personnellement, j'ai découvert French School TV parce que il y a une exercice. On ne peut pas restreindre en disant c'est regarder le même exercice en apprenant. Vous allez faire regarder ces niveaux en apprenant. Vous allez faire par d'accord également les chansons. Que vous avez choisi le chanteur. Dois-je apprendre au premier lieu le vocabulaire ou la grammaire? Et je comprends pas cette question. Donc, si je te réponds apprends le vocabulaire, qu'est-ce que tu vas faire? Tu vas apprendre tout le dictionnaire par cœur et après tu vas commencer avec le présent simple? Je pense que non. Vous savez sûrement qu'en fait, ce qu'on doit faire que sur YouTube, pas avant, on ne peut pas trouver un exemple similaire pour d'autres langues. Mais en français, au moins, j'ai pu trouver une plateforme bien plus organisée que les autres. Donc, vous pouvez visiter cette nouvelle plateforme de TV5 Monde et vous pouvez apprendre le vocabulaire divisé par différentes catégories. Et je vais également ajouter quelques liens dans la barre de description pour que vous puissiez regarder quelques vidéos sur YouTube qui peuvent vous aider à apprendre de nouveaux mots. Un autre outil indispensable pour enrichir votre vocabulaire dans la langue française, c'est sûrement les chansons, parce que avec les chansons, vous allez apprendre du vocabulaire qui seront pas probablement enseignés dans un cours de français. Quelques mots avec quelques verbes, avec quelques conjonctions. Parler avec les gens qui ont le français comme leur langue maternelle, c'est bien sûr une chose efficace, mais c'est pas une chose indispensable pour les A1. Parce que lorsque vous avez le niveau A1 dans la langue française et que vous essayez de parler avec quelqu'un, de communiquer avec quelqu'un, la conversation est toujours comme le suivant. Comment ça va? Ça va très bien, merci beaucoup. Et toi? Ça va bien, merci. Et si tous les jours vous allez avoir la même conversation avec cette personne, donc ça va pas vous aider, comme vous l'imaginez. Mais dès que vous aurez le niveau A2, vous pouvez essayer de trouver quelqu'un qui va vous aider à parler le français régulièrement. Mais pour être gentil, vous devez également les aider avec votre langue maternelle ou l'anglais. Pour la compréhension, la chose que je veux vous recommander, c'est de suivre régulièrement.
No, it's not teach them rubbish, Sam. You teach them rubbish.
Hey everyone! Welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning. Where the topic is how to integrate self-study and learning with a teacher and learn faster. Since you're learning a language, learning separate things is a question of time. You're on a limited schedule. Your teachers are on a limited schedule. Plus, you have to pay for their time too. Let's say you have 1 hour of classes a week with a native speaking teacher. How would you want to spend it? Do you want to spend that hour listening to grammar explanations we had in your class? They didn't come prepared and the teacher always had to stop and explain it back as you practice. Others are doing self-study and learning with others. So, here's what you can
Le parking. Le parking. Le jogging. Le jogging. Le film.
Hello and welcome everyone. Bonjour et bienvenue à tout le monde. Today we are going to see various words in English which are exactly used in French. Enjoy the video. Happy learning. Thank you. Merci.
Le quotidien, la routine. Le quotidien. La routine.
Coucou. D'acquisition. Peut-être aussi que quand vous étiez jeune ou un chat, sur des chats. Il y a beaucoup d'histoires à propos de chats. Et quand tu es débutant, quand tu nous rejoins sur anissaël.com, eh bien, il y a un programme pour les débutants qui s'appelle le Baby Stage. Et il y a beaucoup d'histoires avec des chats. Alors, comment dessiner un chat? Eh bien, d'abord, on va dessiner la tête du chat. Dessine un rond, dessine la tête du chat. Le chat a 2 oreilles. Il a 2 oreilles pour entendre, pour écouter. Alors on va dessiner des oreilles en triangle. On va dessiner 2 oreilles, 2 triangles. Et à l'intérieur de l'oreille, on va dessiner un autre petit triangle, un triangle plus petit à l'intérieur de l'oreille. Le chat a aussi 2 yeux. Il a 2 yeux pour voir. Il a 2 yeux pour regarder. Alors on va dessiner un œil et 2 yeux. Et le chat a un nez. Mais pour un animal, pour un chat, ce n'est pas un nez, c'est un museau, le museau. Et le chat a un nez ou un museau. On va dessiner un nez ou un museau en triangle, un triangle inversé. Et on va colorier le triangle. Et le chat a aussi des moustaches. Il a des moustaches. Et il a une bouche aussi. Il a une bouche pour manger. Alors on va dessiner la bouche du chat avec, la langue du chat. Maintenant, on va dessiner le corps du chat. On va dessiner le corps du chat et on va dessiner les pattes du chat parce que le chat a des pattes. Il a 4 pattes. Il n'a pas de jambes comme les humains. Les animaux ont des pattes. Alors on va dessiner une patte ici, une autre patte et une patte derrière et une autre patte derrière. Et maintenant, on va dessiner la queue du chat. La queue, parce que le chat a une queue aussi. Et voilà un chat. Alors maintenant, pour avoir un contexte, pour avoir une phrase, pas juste un mot, on va dessiner un garçon. Le garçon est content. Et le garçon regarde, il regarde avec ses yeux. Avec ses yeux, il regarde le chat. Il regarde son chat. C'est son chat. C'est le chat du garçon. Le garçon possède le chat. Et le garçon pense. Il pense. Oh, mon chat est mignon. Il est mignon. Mignon, ça signifie adorable.
Bonjour Amina. Alors, and I just want to say thank you. En effet, une étude démontre que s'ils les font de moins en moins eux-mêmes, les Français en de plus en plus. La recette est pourtant simple. Du lait, des œufs, de la... Et hop, c'est fait. En 2019, plus de 13 000 tonnes de crêpes et galettes nature ont été vendues, soit un chiffre d'affaires de 105 millions d'euros. Les ventes de pâtes à tartiner, de pots d'œufs et de bouteilles de cidre, elles aussi, autour de 7.
15.
Vous avez quel âge?
J'ai 22 ans.
Vous habitez où?
J'habite à Chandigarh.
Décrivez votre ville.
J'habite à Chandigarh. Il y a beaucoup de jardins, de supermarchés et de musées. Les routes de ma ville sont meilleures. Les gens ici sont très gentils. Il y a aussi un lac appelé Sukna.
Je m'appelle Nina. J'ai 25 ans. Je suis bangladaise. Je suis née à Manganj le 02 février en 1997. Je suis célibataire. J'habite à Dhaka avec ma famille. Je parle 3 langues comme bengali, anglais et français. J'apprends le français depuis 4 mois. Quand j'ai temps du libre, en général je regarde les films avec ma famille. Parfois j'aime sortir avec mes amis. Vous pouvez me présenter votre famille? Dans ma famille, il y a 4 personnes dont moi. Mon père, ma mère et mon frère. Mon père s'appelle Moï. Il est avocat et ma mère s'appelle Rina. Elle est femme au foyer. Mon frère s'appelle Ronnie qui a 13 ans. J'adore ma famille.
À quelle heure est-ce que vous vous levez le matin?
Je me lève à vers 6h15 tous les matins.
Est-ce que vous faites du sport?
Oui, je fais du tennis et je nage.
Très bien. L'exercice 1 est terminé, maintenant on va commencer la deuxième partie. Maintenant c'est à vous de me faire des questions. Utilisez les mots pour poser vos questions.
Film, est-ce que vous aimez les films français?
Oui, j'aime regarder les films français.
Appartement, vous habitez dans une maison ou dans un appartement?
J'habite un grand appartement.
Couleur, quelle est votre couleur préférée? Je veux 2 courgettes.
We're about to...
Salade et 2 courgettes.
Très bien, ça sera tout?
Oui, merci.
Alors ça fait 9,40 € s'il vous plaît.
Merci. Voilà 10 €.
Et voilà la monnaie. Okay, so we've listened to it twice. The first time without subtitles, the desire. And that's the correct translation or direct translation. But we could have said, Bonjour, we are about to listen to fast spoken French dialogue. Let's see how much you can understand. As always, there is a support guide available with this lesson. Click on the join button below to access it or go to learnfrenchwithalexa.com, my awesome website. Join me on Insta, TikTok, etc. etc. what I would like you to do is listen to the following dialogue. I will go through this dialogue with you afterwards. But to start with, I would like you to listen to it very carefully. There is no subtitle, so concentrate as much as you can. What is the dialogue about? Can you hear any familiar words? Let's listen to it. We will listen to it 3 times in all, so don't worry, and I will go through each sentence at a time with you in a minute. First of all, écoutez attentivement.
Dis donc, t'as prévu de partir en vacances cet été?
Oui, ce n'est pas sûr encore car j'ai du boulot en août. Et toi?
Je vais passer tout le mois de juillet dans le sud. Mes parents ont une petite maison là-bas.
Ah super, t'as de la chance.
Oui, je sais. Mais si tu veux venir passer 2 ou 3 jours avec moi, tu es la bienvenue.
Alors là, ce n'est pas de refus. So, how much did you understand? Do you know what the conversation is about? I would like you to listen to it again, this time with the French subtitles. And this should help you a little bit more, trying to make the connection between the reading words, the word you're reading, and the word you're hearing. Let's have a look at it again. Here we go.
Dis donc, t'as prévu de partir en vacances cet été?
Oui, ce n'est pas sûr encore car j'ai du boulot en août. Et toi?
Je vais passer tout le mois de juillet dans le sud. Mes parents ont une petite maison là-bas.
Ah super, t'as de la chance.
Oui, je sais. Mais si tu veux venir passer 2 ou 3 jours avec moi, tu es la bienvenue.
Alors là, ce n'est pas de refus. Alors, ce n'est pas de refus. So, we've listened to it twice. I would like to go through the dialogue 1 sentence at a time with you. Listen very carefully. Did you get what the dialogue is about? It's about going on holiday. And there is the word vacances in it. Let's have a look at the first sentence.
Dis donc, t'as prévu de partir en vacances cet été?
Dis donc, t'as prévu de partir en vacances cet été? Dis donc, hey, have you planned or are you planning to go on holiday this summer? Now, dis donc is an expression that we use as a filler, such as enfin ou m'enfin ou ouais ou voilà. Dis donc is just pointing out, hey, by the way. See? So it's very hard to try to understand a conversation, especially when there are lots of filler words like that, but you must be very aware of them. Dis donc, t'as prévu de partir en vacances cet été? Are you planning? Prévu comes from the word prévoir, to plan or to foresee something. Okay. Are you planning to go on holiday this summer? Cet été? And the person answers, oui, ce n'est pas sûr encore car j'ai du boulot en août. Et toi? Can you hear it? Oui, mais ce n'est pas sûr encore. Yes, but it's not sure yet, okay? Encore is one of those words that can be used in so many ways. As well as again, as well as still, it can mean yet. And in that case, it means yet. So I am not sure yet. Ce n'est pas sûr encore. Car, because, we could have said parce que. J'ai du boulot en août. Et toi? Now, j'ai du boulot. I have work. I have to work in August, en août. Now, another word you could say, je travaille en août. I'm working in August, okay? J'ai du boulot is another way of saying travail, okay? Now, boulot is slang, by the way, but we use it quite frequently. Be aware of all these little slang words that French people use. They will help you understand a common fast French conversation. So, et toi? How about you? Are you going on holiday? And the person says,
Je vais passer tout le mois de juillet dans le sud. Mes parents ont une petite maison là-bas.
je vais passer tout le mois de juillet dans le sud. Mes parents ont une petite maison là-bas. This one is not that complex, okay? In terms of level, it's about an A2 level. Je vais passer, I am going to spend the whole month in July in the south of France, I should imagine. Mes parents ont une petite maison là-bas. My parents have a little house over there. Là-bas, as in there, okay? So, passer means to spend. It does mean to pass as well. But in that case, passer des vacances means to go on holiday or to spend some time on holiday. And then we say, ah, super, t'as de la chance. Ah, super, t'as de la chance. Super, great, okay. You are lucky. Tu as de la chance. You have luck, okay. Tu as de la chance. If we translated word for word. Now, you're lucky, we could have said tu es chanceux as well, ou t'es chanceux. Now, tu as, okay, the contraction is ta, because we speak fast, okay? T'as de la chance, you're lucky. And so we say.
Oui, je sais. Mais si tu veux venir passer 2 ou 3 jours avec moi, tu es la bienvenue.
Oui, je sais. Mais si tu veux venir passer 2 ou 3 jours avec moi, tu es la bienvenue. Yes, I know, I am lucky. Oui, je sais, j'ai de la chance. Mais si tu veux venir, but if you want to come, passer 2 ou 3 jours avec moi, and again, we are using the word or the verb passer here, to spend. If you want to spend 2 or 3 days with me, tu es la bienvenue. You are more than welcome. Tu es la bienvenue. You are welcome. If it was to a man, okay, addressed to a man, you would say tu es le bienvenu without an E. So, tu es le ou la bienvenue. In that case, it's la bienvenue. And the person says, alors là, ce n'est pas de refus. Ce n'est pas de refus. So what do you think that means? Alors là, well, in that case, again, it's like dis donc. Alors là, these are little fillers or bref or enfin. We've got lots of them in French. Alors là, well, in that case, ce n'est pas de refus. It basically means I'd love to. I really would love to. But here we don't say ce n'est, I'd love to. I'd love to should be, j'aimerais beaucoup ça. But we say ce n'est pas de refus. I am not going to refuse such an offer. So again, it's all about understanding everyday French, understanding that instead of saying, I would love that, we actually say something different. I would never refuse that because it's such a good offer. Alors là, ce n'est pas de refus. So we've gone through each sentence at a time. What I would like you to do now is try to listen to it without subtitles. So just ditch the French subtitles. Let's see whether you can understand this dialogue way better the third time around. Écoutez attentivement.
Dis donc, t'as prévu de partir en vacances cet été?
Oui, ce n'est pas... Bonjour, can you spot a mistake in words? If it was masculine, we would have said mon copain. The mistake is... Here we go, 5 secondes. That's right, you're absolutely right. If you thought that it should be du instead of de le, then you are right. In fact, de le does not exist, I'm afraid. Neither does... The answer should be, est-ce que tu peux acheter du pain, s'il te plaît? Please learn your partitive articles. They're really, really useful. We use them. Okay, this is slightly more difficult here. Did you spot the mistake? Nous ne sommes venus pas à la fête hier. The problem is the placement of pas. This is not the right place. Pas should be temps simple or simple tense. Ne pas goes on each side of the verb. For example, with compound être or avoir. An example between sœurs sont partis ce matin. You've got 5 seconds, 5 secondes. Okay, did you get it? Have a look. What could be missing from this sentence? Mes sœurs sont parties ce matin. Well, here, parti should have an E and an S at the end. So, ES, parti, ES. Mes sœurs sont parties ce matin. And have a look at the subject here. It's mes sœurs. Mes sœurs, my sisters. Sisters is here a feminine and a plural. So, therefore, the past participle parti must agree with the feminine and the plural. Unfortunately, unless you know the gender of the word you're using, it is easy to make the mistakes. And this is why learning the article with the noun helps remember the gender of a word. And to finish, this one is quite tricky. Have a look at this one. Tu peux donner la bouteille à ton frère? Oui, je lui la donne. where is the mistake? And you've got 5 seconds. 5 secondes. Okay, I have selected this one as the last one because it is really hard, and it's one of the problems that a lot of learners encounter, and a lot of learners ask me, but how do you deal with a direct object pronoun or indirect object pronoun? So the difficulty here is the order in which you should put your different pronouns. Okay, I know it is always a struggle for everyone, like I mentioned. So how do you do it? The right answer here should be je la lui donne, and not je lui la donne. The direct object always comes before the indirect object. Remember that. In this case, la refers to la bouteille, and lui to à ton frère, so to your brother. So la is the direct object to the verb, and lui the indirect object to what's happening. Now, have a look at this. This gives you the order in which the pronouns should always be in French. So, tu peux donner la bouteille à ton frère, la bouteille, direct object pronoun, à ton frère, to your brother, indirect object pronoun. So what comes first, according to that chart? It is the direct object pronoun. So we should say je, la, lui, donne. I, it, to him, give, if that makes sense. Now, for more details, I cover this grammatical point in way more details in lesson 26 of my awesome and very thorough course. If you want more information, look at the description below. That's it for today, guys.
Bonjour, bienvenue dans Easy French, c'est moi Coleman et je suis là aujourd'hui avec une copine qui s'appelle
Rita.
Donc Rita, je crois qu'on a une question à poser aux gens aujourd'hui. Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Qu'est-ce qu'on peut acheter avec 5 € à Paris?
Ok, donc on va y aller, on va s'approcher des gens et voir ce qu'ils ont à nous raconter. Allons-y.
Allons-y. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut acheter avec 5 € à Paris?
Qu'est-ce qu'on peut acheter avec 5 €? 3 tickets de métro.
D'accord.
Ouais.
Et à manger, à boire, c'est compliqué?
Non, c'est pas compliqué. Du radis noir.
Bonjour à tous et bienvenue sur Easy French. Aujourd'hui, on est allé voir les étudiants de la faculté de Nice et on leur a posé des questions sur les clichés sur la nourriture en France. C'est parti. Alors, salut.
Salut.
Pour toi, qu'est-ce que c'est la nourriture française?
Alors je pense que, bon déjà c'est une cuisine super réputée en tout cas dans le monde et je pense qu'il y a beaucoup d'influence la France, voilà, on a pas mal de frontières avec beaucoup de pays où là aussi où il y a une gastronomie aussi réputée. Donc je sais pas, notamment ici on est vachement influencé par l'Italie, voilà, je pense dans le nord par la Belgique, voilà, tout ça.
Qu'est-ce que toi tu manges par exemple habituellement dans ta semaine? Par exemple manger des pâtes ou des choses comme ça?
Ce qui est facile avec les pâtes, c'est que c'est rapidement fait. On peut l'agrémenter avec du fromage aussi, ce qui est très, très facile à faire. Et souvent, on a des steaks hachés, des pâtes steak hachés, c'est vraiment la base.
Par exemple, au niveau méditerranéen, quels éléments, quels ingrédients justement tu utilises au niveau de ces plats?
L'huile d'olive. Voilà. Après, qu'est-ce que j'utilise? On mange surtout des légumes et des fruits de saison qu'on achète au marché. On essaye vraiment d'acheter de saison parce que c'est quand même mieux pour la planète et c'est mieux pour nous aussi. Du coup, vraiment méditerranéen, qu'est-ce qu'on a? L'été plus, on a les tomates, on a les poivrons, on a ces choses-là, l'artichaut, qui est vraiment niçois, les olives, etc.
Alors moi, je mange beaucoup de soupes le soir.
Des soupes de quoi par exemple?
De légumes. Je cite les légumes.
Ouais, c'est pour l'apprentissage des légumes. Soyez prêts.
Carottes, pommes de terre. Après, ça peut être, je sais pas, poireaux. Enfin, voilà. À peu près, céleri, ça dépend. Après, je mange beaucoup de pâtes. Je mange aussi quelquefois de la viande. Et des légumes, généralement. Ça peut être concombre, carotte, betterave, ça dépend.
Est-ce que le cliché comme quoi en France on a tendance à manger des baguettes, du fromage et à boire du vin, est-ce que pour toi ce cliché est vrai?
Ouais, franchement, ouais. Parce qu'en fait, rien qu'à à l'étranger, bon là je parle de mes expériences, mais c'est vrai qu'il n'y a pas déjà en fait de boulangerie, on peut pas tomber sur des boulangeries, donc déjà au niveau baguette, forcément en France on a une boulangerie à tous les coins de rue, donc et c'est vrai qu'on aime beaucoup de pain, et c'est vrai que je pense que bon, il y a les études qui montrent qu'on mange pas mal de baguettes chaque année.
Alors oui, beaucoup de charcuterie, la baguette aussi, souvent la baguette dans les repas, le vin, parce que grand amateur de vin dans la famille. Et le fromage, on mange beaucoup de fromage.
Donc c'est vrai, en France on mange du fromage, du pain et on boit du vin.
Chez moi en tout cas, on mange beaucoup de vin. On est le cliché en fait, hein, mais
c'est trop bien.
Mais dans beaucoup de familles que je connais, on mange pas que ça, quoi. Enfin, il y a des gens qui n'aiment pas forcément le fromage. Moi, je n'aime pas le fromage. Et le vin, tout ça, ouais, c'est vrai que c'est courant.
Et non, enfin moi je trouve que c'est un peu un cliché parce que enfin tout le monde n'aime pas forcément ça et enfin même le cliché du béret avec la baguette sous le bras, bah clairement enfin on le voit pas.
Non, on le voit pas. Mais bon après quand même comparé aux autres pays en Europe ou même en Asie ou aux États-Unis, on voit jamais une boulangerie. Enfin moi dès que je pars en vacances, je cherche une boulangerie. Bon, je suis pas prêt de trouver un croissant. Hein. Alors que ici,
ou un mauvais croissant.
Ouais, ou un mauvais croissant, mais alors qu'ici, à tous les coins de rue, on trouve des boulangeries et ça se vend quand même. C'est pas quelque chose qui reste inhabituel pour les Français, je pense.
Et pour les mets un peu plus exotiques, donc par exemple, les étrangers ont tendance à penser qu'on mange des cuisses de grenouille et aussi des escargots. Est-ce que toi, tu as déjà goûté? Est-ce que pour toi, c'est quelque chose qui a l'air d'être typiquement français?
Alors moi c'est marrant parce que j'ai goûté pour la première fois de ma vie des escargots à Noël.
Noël?
Ce Noël-là. En fait, bon, j'avais toujours cet a priori, forcément c'est vrai que c'est visuellement pas très esthétique on va dire. Donc j'ai toujours eu un peu cet a priori, mais là bon, on va dire que j'ai grandi et là j'ai eu la possibilité d'en manger parce que c'est ma grand-mère en gros qui les a cuisinés. Donc j'ai goûté, bon, c'est pas que ça me plaît, mais bon c'était marrant de goûter. Et par contre dans les cuisses de grenouille c'est un plat que je mange assez régulièrement en fait. Que c'est ma grand-mère qui cuisine ça et qui achète et qui les fait, qui met pas mal de... Alors je sais pas comment elle les met, beaucoup de sel, beaucoup d'herbes et tout, elle les fait, mais c'est super bon en fait. Hein. Mais c'est vrai que ouais, à première vue, quand c'est pas forcément répandu, parce que je sais qu'en parlant avec des collègues, on se rend compte que c'est pas un plat répandu, mais c'est vrai que moi, dans mon expérience personnelle, c'est les escargots un peu moins, mais les cuisses de grenouille, ouais quoi.
Je pense que les Français mangent rarement des escargots, c'est vraiment à des moments festifs. Une fois par an par exemple, et des cuisses de grenouille j'en ai jamais mangé. Je ne sais pas du tout quel goût ça a.
Et de mon côté j'ai déjà goûté des cuisses de grenouille et des escargots et j'ai trouvé ça plutôt bon pour les deux. Tout dépend toujours comment c'est préparé en fait. Une bonne préparation et c'est bon, une mauvaise préparation et vous pouvez pas le manger, tout simplement. Eh bien merci à tous d'avoir regardé cette vidéo. Voilà, je voulais partager avec vous cette idée de qu'est-ce que c'est la nourriture française. Ça me semblait assez important, donc dites-moi dans les commentaires si vous avez un sujet important que vous voudriez proposer. Aussi, j'ai ouvert une nouvelle chaîne qui s'appelle French with Tony sur YouTube, où je vais proposer pas mal de contenus originaux, et bien sûr mon Patreon existe pour que, si vous le voulez, vous me souteniez dans mon projet de Easy French et Super Easy French. Sur ce, à bientôt!
Bonjour les amis et bienvenue dans un nouvel épisode d'Easy French.